might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong. I think I might be able to, but could be wrong.
All right. It is a Saturday, and I am coming back with Eighth Attorney as promised, and I think we're getting close to the end. We're in the fifth case of the second half, which is the last case. I did 3 hours starting it off. We will restart picking up the trial. And a lot more stuff is being revealed since the last part of the trial as well. They are very dead set on trying to say that Gregson was aiding the Reaper and who to kill and was hiring assassins. In fact, for some reason that I'm not sure why, Kazuma was the replacement assassin who was supposed to kill Judge Jikoku, who apparently the Reaper was going after because back 10 years ago, he made a nuisance of himself in the court, and they put him on trial, but they let him go because he was a government emissary, and they just wanted to get him out of there, and he only broke a desk and made fun of their legal system, so it really wasn't that much of a thing to charge him over. But apparently the Reaper wants him silenced, which I think is because there might be some other connections why the Reaper wants him silenced, and not just that he got away. But definitely they're trying to obscure who the Reaper is, and the judge is no longer there. Instead, the judge has been replaced by Lord Strongheart, who I have for a long time have believed is going to be the ultimate culprit. But we shall see what happens as things are revealed, and why Kazuma would have taken up the assassination role, which I think he would have done it because he wasn't going to actually do the assassination. But he also got his sword stuck in the inspector's metal briefcase, who we're pretty sure the inspector wasn't part of the Reaper killing. So we're gonna find out why. It was probably like Gregson was there and Cosmo attacked him, not understanding, where he broke off a tip of his sword. But we still don't know. There's also, when we did the Sherlock Holmes and Mikitoba, aka Watson, investigation of the boat where we found Judge Jikoku, there was a gunshot wound in his cabin. And so far, the only gunshot wound that we know of is the one that killed Inspector Gregson at point blank range. Which means the one on the wall could have been the one that killed Gregson, so maybe Judge Jikoku is a little bit more guilty than leading on to his connection to the Reaper murders. Who knows? But we shall see as the game goes on. So that's what we're going to be picking up. We're picking up the trial right after Mikitoba and Sherlock Holmes did their investigation of the boat that went to France, where Judge Jikoku was trying to escape. And we get to pick up from here, where the entire they were trying to say that Judge Jikoku wasn't here, aka therefore he's dead and was killed by the Reaper, therefore it's Gregson was doing it, which they tried to pass off as a lie. However, we now know he's alive and will be arriving with Sholmes the next day, which is when the trial's picking up, the next day. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent the clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. 3rd of November, 8:07 p.m. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe I've had an even more wearing day than Mikitoba and I know. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in the court earlier. So the prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now, Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it's another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jikoku? We took him into Scotland Yard. The investigation detectives are having a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikitoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you had a reply already? What was so urgent about it, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Alright, yeah, more obscuring bullshit until later when it's more dramatic. I gotcha. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were already won. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I shall seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley. Not there. Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
Oh. Huh? Yeah, like I said, it was going to be a bit of a... Yeah, you're literally just starting the stream and me talking for 3 seconds. And then, like, a very brief introduction of what happened after the last one. So that was about it.
Iris, do you mean you've also realized it was a red herring? Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in on the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
What? What? The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I
know. You can't tell me at the moment.
Oh, Iris.
The pheasant is by the way of apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? So, just who is Iris's father? Like I said, I don't think she's Susie's half-sister. I think she's Kazuma's half-sister. But it could just be way off the mark that. I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Oh, no conversing, only pointing. Okay. Well. Alright, no, it's just pointing the homes. Let's do it. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look out with hungry eyes. Ah.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father for you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? Ah, this. I thank my lucky stars that arrived in time. Record found is indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact name list before. Mm-hmm. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. That appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned into be a masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the scale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we discovered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again in secret messages, might I add?
Yes. Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Dakoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature.
You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you.
And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, the list of names was found in Seshiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was...
It was sent to Judge Dakoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without the shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. The telegram from Japan had been entered into the court record. Alright, first we've got a couple things that we can finally look at. We can finally look at the evacuation drill, which is going to be important. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. In order to review evacuation procedures, the drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. So this was a 20-minute period in which shit could go down while the crew wasn't on the ship. Then this was in Judge Dakoku's hiding place, but he didn't seem to know what it was for. Is this for a lamp? It's definitely got a button on it. Let's see. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on top of a pocket. Oh, it's Gregson's pocket watch. Okay. It's the part on top of the pocket watch you twist to set time, isn't it?
It's called crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
The crown? Like what's on top of a monarch's head? That's a very rare name for such a tiny part. But actually,
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo?
if this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head.
By monarch you mean pocket watch? Then I'm quite sure you have.
Yep, it's Gregson's. What do you think, Mrs. Sato?
I feel I know exactly what will fit here.
Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing.
We're about to see that little round component. It's actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch.
Really? I was just thinking precisely that too.
A perfect fit.
I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it.
I'll make a note of this information at once.
A small machine part of Mr. Sholmes found in Judge Dakoku's cabin on the SS Grouse. It's now clear that it's the missing crown of the Inspector Gregson's watch. Yeah, that's where he was killed. Also, this music that they have playing right now during this reveal part is definitely one of my favorites from this game. Like, the background music in this game has actually been really good. It's been actually one of the best parts of the game. I really like the actual running themes they have. None of them have been annoying. They've all been like really good, just hanging around in the background. Record found as indicated, duplicate follows. So we don't have the duplicate yet. We just got the names. Asogi. Okay, so Gregson and Wilson were doing something, and they put Asogi's name with Shin. And Shin is the assassin's name, but it's so Asogi and Shin were connected somehow, maybe? And then Gregson and Dr. John Wilson. Or Asogi was supposed to kill Gregson and Shin was supposed to kill Wilson? I don't know. We'll have to see how those actually get put together. But the fact that Asogi's name is next to Shin, who was the assassin lady, is very interesting. Like, he wasn't just pretending to be an... I mean, he could have just been pretending to be an assassin, and his plan was to foil Gregson or whoever was involved, not realizing Gregson was innocent, and Gregson was just investigating something on his own. That's what I think happened. That he might have attacked Gregson at some point, thinking he was doing the right thing, quickly realized he wasn't doing the right thing, and Gregson was killed anyway. And even though Kazuma's being a real dick about it, he still might actually know what's going on. Unless, I think the funnier part would be, if Kazuma doesn't actually know what the fuck is going on and really thinks that Gregson was involved with the Reaper killings, and just doesn't realize it yet, and we're going to actually make him realize. Although, like I said, the first half of this trial, the case number 4, felt a lot different because it felt like me and Asogi were tag teaming what was going on in the court, but now it actually feels like we're against him in the trial. So I wanted to see if that's going to keep continuing, or if it's actually going to go back to us double teaming because Asogi knows the truth, kind of like, or at least most of the truth, just like Sholmes does, and he's just using us just like Sholmes is to have somebody else figure out the case instead of Sholmes just kind of doing it all on his own and telling everybody and filling it out and doing everything. But we'll see. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Burdia. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study from taking place, whatever the cost. Because I knew his name and I recognized him. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. Oh, yeah, well, I think it turned out that it was an accident. Like, it turned out to be an accident that Kazuma died. It wasn't due to her actually killing him. It was just the cat making him fall over and hitting his head as the ship stopped. So I don't think the ballerina got in trouble. She probably just, because remember, the sailors were getting her off the boat. I don't think they were prosecuting her. I think they were just like, yeah, it's kind of a bad misunderstanding, and she was very sorry, and they got her off the boat. I am surprised we never saw her again. Like, just randomly show the fuck up and tied to another case somewhere. Although, I did like what they did with the Russian revolutionary, and had him show up as a juror once, and then never again. Like, he was only there just to be a joke. Then he ended up being helpful, and then it's not like, oh, he's back. He's actually was tied into it the whole time. It was like, nah, I'm just the Russian revolutionary. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just here in Great Britain. I don't know what you mean. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Mrs. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean? The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Okay, so what I think went on. So, alright, so using that explanation, Sholmes is saying, he's probably saying, I recognized his name. I knew he shouldn't go back to England just in case. So I took the fact that he was unconscious and tried to get him sent home. And instead of him maybe getting to replace himself, the Japanese government would only ever send one. And Mr. Naruhodo, I saw you in that investigation, and I was so enthused, about your powers of deduction, I went, you would be a great person for me to teach, so you'd be a great replacement. I would like to think that was more of the answer, that he kind of like thought, oh, I can work with this kid, more than just trying to get. But I mean, I guess it could have been both. Like he saw me being such a good at what I was doing, and he's like, all right, this guy's perfect. I can train him. Because like I said, my belief has always been that these Sherlock Holmes corners where he gives a deduction and it's always wrong, and then we fix it for him. I really do believe that he's doing that on purpose. He's doing it so we can think. Because he even did that to Professor Mikitoba. Like, yes, it's part of a gameplay system the game is doing, but it's also him being like, yeah, I know the answer already, so it's boring for me. I like other people figuring out shit I already know. I like it when other people can deduce things the way I deduce things. I would have successfully prevented the man from arriving on the shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Sogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All we require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyers. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it.
But if that was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested. Oh, she was arrested. Shit, yeah. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose came of her?
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Mr. Sato and I had rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. Oh, did Sholmes lead her off? Did the ship's people lead her off? Because the ship's crew was indebted to her. So if Sholmes showed up later and said to the crew, "Hey, don't actually like punish her, just like, you know, let her go," the crew probably went like, "Yeah, of course not. She's our princess. Why would we?" And then he probably just explained to her, "Hey, he's not actually dead. He's unconscious. Don't worry about it. Just, you know, continue on your way. Don't feel any guilt. Just get out of here." Because like I said, the crew would have been like she, I think, probably wanted herself turned in, but the crew was against it. I'm pretty sure, because like I said, they literally emergency stopped the entire ship and shit like that, and was doing everything for her. So they would have easily have covered up if she even did do a murder.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see?
Oh.
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. Huh? An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out what exactly Mr. Sholmes knows. Really? There's nothing else to talk to him about? That seems like a pretty big thing to talk to him about. That seems like a very big thing of conversation you should be bringing up to him right now. There's no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jikoku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found.
K. Asogi, A. Shin, D. Gregson, J. Wilson.
But we only learnt the truth of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now, and only because they appeared in part of a top-secret government communications that were leaked.
That's true, yes.
But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, these 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, once the motorcycle goes away, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan and Miss Shin was still alive. Huh? It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others of intercepting state secrets. So if this was sent a year ago, is this saying that Shin was supposed to assassinate Wilson and Asogi was supposed to assassinate Gregson? Is this something that happened an entire year ago where the assassinations were supposed to happen? And that was Kazuma's entire thing? He was supposed to kill Gregson? So my guess would be then the only reason why Kazuma would kill Gregson, or would want to kill a random British man overseas, was because somebody was probably giving him information that Gregson killed his father. When it's going to turn out that no, he didn't kill his father. He was good friends with all these people the entire time and wasn't part of it. Now, my assumption is that Gregson was a detective who made sure an autopsy was done on Clint Van Zeeks, and because he was friends with Clint, was probably also doing things for the trial, and maybe got some evidence that was eventually used by Barak Van Zeeks in the trial, but and maybe Kazuma's led to believe that Gregson purposely planted evidence or specifically found the evidence just to get his father assassinated, when Gregson was probably doing his actual job, did nothing wrong, and everybody did think it was his father, but somebody else was helping push behind the strings. So that's my assumption. That's my assumption, if that is how that's going to be lined up, because Asa Shin did in fact kill John Wilson. We also got to find, and John Wilson was also on the autopsy list for doing the autopsy. He was the one who assisted Dr. Scythe. Or he was the one whose name was signed to the letter, but it was actually Susie's father. Okay, I could see that. Susie's father signed J. Wilson to the autopsy papers, so they wanted to assassinate him because they thought he did the autopsy, but it was actually Professor Mikotoba that did it. So we get to call him later, and he gets to give evidence that what happened during the, or could corroborate for what happened during the autopsy, maybe? And that's why she was told to kill Wilson. Wilson, they thought, because his name was signed to the paper, did the autopsy. And Gregson was supposedly the one who pushed for the autopsy and probably found more evidence, which is why he's a famous detective. And why he has the current pocket watch he has. Because he did a super awesome thing 10 years ago. Okay, I can see that. Does that mean Kazuma... Does that mean Kazuma knew who Shin was the whole time? Is interesting. That's an interesting thought then. Did Kazuma know Shin was supposed to kill Wilson? Did he know Wilson was in on it? And then we accidentally got framed for his murder, and that's the only reason why he was supposed to go in and stop it? And why he helped us break the charge, because he didn't want us getting in trouble for something that was his problem? And he knew that Shin wouldn't get arrested because she was, being protected by the government. Maybe. Who knows? We'll figure it out. Enough guesses. Enough guesses. Let's keep reading. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because, after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No, I do want to know the details. No secret is safe from Sherlock Holmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. Now, 1 month after the list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jogoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, my hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partially correct and partially mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected.
As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names. Because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased. What? Who? A Shin? A Shin. Yeah, I was right. And it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful of the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Ah, K. Asogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away in Britain. Ah, so that's why you went such lengths to prevent his study from going on ahead. Exactly.
So, you already knew who Cosmo-sama was, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Oh, Iris.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad.
I'm so sorry, Iris.
We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo?
Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume.
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Jezebel Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow, but I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Ah.
And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I had formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? Yeah, those weren't 4 people who were to be assassinated. Those were the 2 assassins and the 2 people to be murdered. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it?
Indeed. And it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson, her visiting student status being merely a front. Ah.
Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was a target of an assassination? And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration for this telegram. puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the four, who sequentially became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean... Kazuma? Oh! He did stay in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
And the mission was?
The assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Sogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say. Detailing an assassination exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distant individual. Those two parties then make a contract and swap their respective assassination targets. That would be an assassin exchange.
So, to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then, the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But, what on earth is the point?
Don't forget, Naruto, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
Oh, yes.
Such jurisdiction could be null and void under the terms of a new treaty between our two countries, so the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
The highest levels? So, yeah, so what we're saying is Judge Jikoku and Strongheart probably are making this communication. Strongheart says, I'm sending my assassin to you to kill your guy. Even if she's found and caught, you can always give her diplomatic immunity. She's going to have to go over to one of our courts anyway, and I'll get her off scot-free. You send your assassin to here, and even if he gets caught, I'll just get him sent off scot-free and sent back to Britain. No harm, no foul. We can get away with this, no issues. And if they are caught and convicted, then it feels like, oh, somebody else did these things to each side. And then it's also kind of balanced, so our governments won't have a fight. Interesting, very interesting. I like that idea a lot. The murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by a contractual agreement. And my guess is Kazuma realized that Gregson wasn't involved into his father's killing, didn't do it. And probably Judge Jikoku might have shot him. Maybe. And as such, although I still think it's the old prison guard is involved. I still think the old prison guard's involved. And it was a master of disguise. And as such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That dissociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
But wait a minute, Holmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins you were suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seshiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jikoku wasn't actually the mark.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes?
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that in the to us at the Great Exhibition, that he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. Which is what I thought the passport for them going was. It was supposed to be him leaving with her, and they were just trying to say it was the assassin thing, but apparently not. Apparently it was also tied into this. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in.
Alright, everyone. That's quite enough for all the serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad, though.
Huh?
I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. You were? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You don't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo.
Huh? I mean, yeah, sure. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally.
Right now, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow. Now, because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
Hee hee. You'll just have to wait and see. It's another one of Hurley's dramatic reveals.
Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So, the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names in the telegram in Judge Chikoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot to which my best friend had somehow become involved. I'm gonna work extra hard. Yeah, we're gonna steal Gina's smoke grenade, and we're gonna use it in the middle of court. Or I guess Susie doesn't need to steal it. Susie can just make more guns of different types. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness of all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly beside me. You also notice that Naruhodo never talks about his own family? To be continued tomorrow. No. I like how the last part was like 3 hours long and this next part was only an hour. I'm surprised they didn't just tie this all into the last part. 4th of November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey Court.
Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with a resolve to pursue the truth in the bitter end.
I think it would be very, very interesting if it turns out he's not the guy behind all this. Resolve. Yes, that's my intention.
My lord, if I may inquire,
The defendant may speak.
on what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as a prosecutor? Oh my god, this is probably the best Ace Attorney game ever so far. He's asking a very obvious question. Hey, this is an assassin who's clearly part of the group. Why the fuck is he the prosecutor? Thank you. Oh, Van Zeeks, thank you so much. Thank you, God. Somebody asked. This is one of those things that I like a lot when it comes to games like this, where people ask questions instead of just ignoring things and letting them go. Although, we still kind of do that a lot to Shom. Shom just kind of says, nah, I'll reveal it later, and we go, sure, why not? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom. Yeah, Battle Network also does a lot of that. Just goes with the flow and just goes, yeah, whatever, fine, fuck it, let's go. You shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. Like, how did a sick kid in a wheelchair who's dying of heart failure become the head of the entire undernet? I don't know. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. Not me. Stop asking questions. What are you doing? Hey, remember the second game where another 10-year-old kid was the head of a literal mafia group that killed multiple people called Gospel? Yeah. Well, he's now secretly working for the police here, for the Psycops, and he's an official net battler doing all sorts of things. What? Huh? Yeah, don't worry about it. He's just around. It's fine.
I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day.
You did what?
In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life, for the last 10 years, has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
Cosmo is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Cosmo-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds is acceptable, I presume.
Nah, fuck him. Nah, get a whole new fucking prosecutor. It'll make my job a whole lot easier. Get him the fuck out of here. It will clearly ruin the case, and I'll get Van Zeeks off, and we won't actually find what happened. But you know what? Yeah, I kind of want to fuck over Cosmo right now. Yeah, get his ass out of here. I mean,
yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak von Zeeks.
The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Yeah, Cosmo, you're being an asshole. Get the fuck out of here.
Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Sogi, begin.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Being Sheshiro Jikoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Witnesses, state your name and occupation for the court.
Ah, so it was you who issued this, was it? Hey, well, me saying I hope the judge and me don't appear in the same panel. Well, guess what? You can't have two judges in the same panel. We're actually the same person. I literally teleport every single time from Great Britain to here. I literally haven't tried a case in months. I'm literally here just to do every case. It's the same judge everywhere. Why do you think we look the same? Ah, Ah, so it's you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seshiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Ah, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murderer student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself. And now, I am practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I have to object to that turn of phrase.
Then how about... Alright, fine. Then you set sail, or you turned sails. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. Except you met him 10 years ago. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon?
The case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case to which was tied in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seshiro Jigoku is involved in this case?
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson.
You little... Where did you get that?
In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku.
What? How on earth did you...
What is this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Jezalil Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that took place here in London was the counterpart of that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of an assassin exchange. And the telegram from the defense was acquired as proof of the international contract to kill.
What?
The telegram was found in your office, Judge Shikoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Now, someone's about to break into the stand.
Judge Shikoku, what is this all about?
Oh, Kazuma didn't know. Interesting. Maybe he was hoping Kazuma would find out about his father and do the killing anyway. And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Shikoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. As shown by the name of the killing contract. Very impressive, Inosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. Huh? The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Sessho Jukoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name.
The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jukoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Judge Shikoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. Oh, that's where you're mistaken. The judge has to hold me in contempt of court. Mr. Strongheart, are you going to hold me in contempt? No, actually, I'm not going to do that. Haha, see? Gotcha, bitch. There's no need for quite such a voracious stare, young man. Very well, then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know.
It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now.
As you wish, my lord. The assassin exchange. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was the condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man wasn't able to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. Though clearly that can't be involved. Okay, well, we obviously know which... I'm gonna press because I have to, but I know what I have to submit already. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests. There really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy praise as foreign... To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder is the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. I know, I'm a judge.
Pardon?
Sogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Yep, that's what I said. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Kazuma-sama.
Judge Shikoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody.
I freely admit that I accepted this mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange in the defense is identified as unrelated to the events in the case.
Yeah, you were going to go kill Gregson, but you probably kind of got to know him a bit, and Gregson probably said something, or you saw something that made you realize that it wasn't him. And even if you did try to kill him with your sword, once he survived, he might have said something to you, and you realized, oh, okay, yeah, I'm not really a killer, I can't do this. He doesn't deserve to die for my father's thing, and left. And maybe Judge Jikoku didn't know, and Judge Jikoku was the one who shot him. Although, once again, I still think there's someone else who was involved in this, but I'll keep my mouth shut. Because, once again, I still think it's the peddler guy, the guy who was the gossip, aka the prison guard and all that other shit. I still think he was involved. Anyway, we're gonna stop mentioning that and just keep reading. I've literally done it like twice so far.
The crucial point is, your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak von Zieks. The prosecution's assertion that remains unchanged, or accusation remains unchanged.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute.
Well, I would recall that there was someone on the British side who controlled everything. He's fucking calling your ass out without actually saying it.
Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are all concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Alright, I know what I'm supposed to hit him with. So we're supposed to go to there we go. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it clearly. We're obviously supposed to present the emergency stop, the evacuation drill itinerary. But this is the spirit. We're gonna just press everything anyway. I'm gonna refresh my drink and I'll be right back before I press everything.
It's true. It's true that Cosmosogi was assigned in the assassination mission when you were go now.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Cosmo was still in Japan then.
Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study of tour that I approached him.
I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
So you agreed to it just for that? You even asked me to do it for you and took me with you. What the fuck, Kazuma? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination?
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, an agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Because you knew Kazuma's father wasn't guilty of it, and they killed him anyway, and you wanted to get revenge on the people who killed him. Because you were friends with his father, duh.
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make a spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jikoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. This was the condition of the British study tour.
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life.
Yes, his best friends, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain.
And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. He really wanted to his death made an impact on him.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust.
Well, you certainly did a fine job betraying mine, Asogi.
But why has Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those are the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Toshikoku was once a visiting student from here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
The defense really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassination exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. However, in the end, something happened, and it meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission.
Hold it!
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
A word arrived from the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but this body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired for me from the detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including the details about his special mission.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement, and there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain.
Ah.
My hands were completely tied.
Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly.
He really predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned, but I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway.
So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had in order to get myself here to Britain.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about the testimony given by this witness. Our details are relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection with the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times.
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean?
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken up posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean?
because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door of the witness's cabin.
At that particular time, of course, I had gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited Judge Jikoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper? He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there, and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past.
You see, that proves it.
Did Cosma take a swing at Gregson because he thought Gregson was the assassin? Hit the metal box. Caused the metal box to hit Gregson? And knocked him out? And left? And he left Gregson there unconscious, maybe? Thinking that he had? Or thinking that he was unconscious so the judge would be safe? Not realizing that Gregson would wake up and Jikoku would kill him. Unless. I keep going back to the judge doing it, but then I also keep thinking that the other guy is going to come involved again. So I don't think I'm right on that. I think there was definitely another person. Unless the... Oh my god, unless the guard was just... What's his name in disguise?
If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard.
Oh, that's right, because the crewmen weren't there. They all left.
If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved.
Hold it! Yeah, that's interesting. So the crewman let them in before the emergency went off? The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't move once from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard it. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, your judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh.
You will recall that my cabin is in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that anything like a steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean...
But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jikoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there.
What's that? A bullet hole?
Oh yes, you're talking about that which detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet.
Ugh, that's the hole in his argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for a crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question of the defense applies, I would have been arrested on the spot, and would have never made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you seem sense, my lord.
I know Cosmo's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by someone else is still a real shock.
It's unforgivable, using Cosmo-sama's feelings to manipulate him into disagreeing to such a despicable plan.
But I think Cosmo manipulated Judge Jikoku too. He completely double-crossed him.
Oh dear. It's hard not to see that stroke of brilliance on Cosmo-sama's part.
One way or another though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Jikoku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo.
True, it was all Iris in the end. Okay, yeah, he literally said, he says, don't forget the mission that was imposed to you. Yeah, I remember him being also very big on getting him Kazuma to go, which is also a reason why they all wanted me to take his position in the trial and not Kazuma. All right, so this is obviously the present. We're gonna present the there it is.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Shikoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship of the 31st.
What? Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again!
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts, and during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jikoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke, but it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness has clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in this cabin, unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. The accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel.
So this is where a picture of the room would have been very helpful, but I already know the evidence we actually need. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Shikoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it.
You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in the Jokoku's cabin on 31st of October?
Take that!
Judge Jikoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch?
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, the crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jikoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jikoku.
Well, you're sharp. You're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. Huh? And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch. It's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jikoku feels the same way.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. Will you hear exactly what happened in my cabin that night? You'll notice the pitfall into which you stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume.
Yes, I do.
Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October.
Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. More than I already have. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin, after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him in an iponcio throw, which I couldn't wait to run away after that. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It had nothing to do with this murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Imponcioi, or soy? I don't know how you're supposed to say that last part. A common jiu-jitsu martial arts technique in my country. It was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? Sayoi, okay. What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin is in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Shikoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on the cross-examination. Yeah, go fuck yourself. Sorry, my lord, the defense is the right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. No, I say that to you, Judge Shikoku. You're an embarrassment, not knowing when you're beaten. You should just tell me the truth already, because you know I'm gonna get you. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to the cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door just had let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector. Which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off an alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before the occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Yeah, we still need more from you, Cosma. You know what's went on, but you're not fucking opening your mouth for some reason. Certainly, is all I can tell you is that the only inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back in my cabin. Had you entered without any inkling of suspicion? That's right. None whatsoever. When I walked to the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name, and there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression, given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there's no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I did with the man myself. I soon took care of him with an iponcio throw, though I couldn't wait to run away after that. He couldn't wait to run away. I keep saying that I couldn't wait to run away. He couldn't wait to run away after that.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun? It was a very brave move, wasn't it? Ah ha 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 ha! My iponcio throw is faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all the commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't he? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick keep on say I throw. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. That had nothing to do with his murder.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine crackling, wouldn't you say?
Not that that man was spanned for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place.
Absolutely not. All the watch proves was the power of my jujitsu throw.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
Ha 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 ha! What are you talking about? I already said some dumb bullshit that it wasn't, so fuck you. You can't prove me I'm wrong.
Huh?
That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction.
Huh?
I need to see proof. I don't see a picture of the room. Fuck you. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that all the ideas through your now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed in the steamship in France, how on earth would he have gone back to Britain? When people die, they are killed. Their bodies remain in that same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but
all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query a corpse in an English gentleman's hand luggage.
if the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Great Britain. Ugh, let's kill that idea then. Oh, come on, we know he was in the freezer.
But perhaps not.
Miss Sasato?
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea.
Except in the 20-minute window. Yes, that's true. So, transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you?
Huh?
I thought it had been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
There's an idea.
Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checkpoints at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived in the hotel.
So you did? Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
What? No.
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some clear evidence.
Okay, so this is bringing back the theory that I had before. That. All right, so I know I said it a couple times, but I think that this gun, which is the murder weapon, they have already said that this was not Gregson's gun. This gun also came from 10 years ago because it doesn't have any serial numbers on it. So it's from at least older than 5 years ago. I think this gun is this guy's gun, and they just restated it before that this was Gregson's last mission before going overseas to France with Gina. Which means Gregson, as I said before, I think was using Mr. Vigil to gather evidence on the murders and was paying him money, and he was going undercover using all sorts of disguises so he could pay for his wife. And Gregson said, I'm sorry, I can't pay you anymore. So Mr. Vigil went and tracked him down and murdered him out of spite, or to get some money from him, or to get something as recompense. because he was going to cut him loose, and now he had no way of making money for his wife anymore. So that, I think, is definitely a connection, which also is the reason why I think he was Shamsphere as well, because he wanted to get the golden collar so he could pay money to his wife. But I don't know if that's going to be real or not. Same thing with the original message transitions, because the original guy that we got in the last case of the first half of the game was involved with getting the disc that had the assassination message, and I still think it's this guy too. I can't get that out of my head that it's the same motherfucker, which is why I started giving him the same voice. But that's what I think it is. I think this is his gun. He killed Gregson, took his body, put it in the freezer. I don't know if Judge Jikoku knows what happened, or if, hell, who knows? He could have been the guard outside the door. Which, if he was the guard outside the door, I'd laugh my ass off, because he's not that big. But I know there was also a lankier guardsman that was on the SS Burdia, so maybe he was impersonating him. I don't know. It just back to the plot, back to what we know. Unless, of course, they develop some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that.
Professor Hairbrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. They did it with hot air balloons. They took a hot air balloon, they took the body, and they lifted it up. That's why nobody noticed it. And of course, nobody would notice a stray hot air balloon because the Great Exhibition is still going on. Eat shit. I don't think they would have brought up Hairbrain's defense device without that being a hint towards the hot air balloon shtick, which would be fucking hilarious. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes? Sorry. So, wow, I did the wrong voice, man. The defense has become eerily quiet, I notice. Yes, because there is really nothing more to say.
So, that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whatever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Hodo must have been murdered there, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jikoku's cabin,
the body would have been moved somehow. Would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border. That would be impossible for a majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then.
That could be vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin. Okay. So considering they changed his part of testimony, I assume that's where we were supposed to show some evidence. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to the cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed gentleman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with Ippon say away throw, and he couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with the murder. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Okay. What evidence that we have would say that that's not true? Bleak bird line. There's nothing much there besides saying what's the name of the boat. I don't think. Dismissal notice. That's from Mr. Vigil from all those years ago. The trunk's not big enough to do that movement in. Isogi papers. Do we have in this... Is it the giant trunk? It's the giant trunk. Wait. Aha, we can prove you were there on the day because you have your giant ass trunk here. And you were hiding in it, so it's big enough to hide a body easily. That's it, isn't it? Oh, okay. But is there something else we need to do first, and this is only a secondary evidence, or is this the main evidence? Ooh. No, it has to be the main evidence, right?
Objection!
It is, yes! There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say. I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Great Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jikoku is Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learnt when we first met you on your arrival in London.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the borders took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ah, I presume you recall this, Judge Jikoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting...
I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently in the new arrival from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jikoku's trunk.
Order, order, order in the courts.
I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. Well, guess what? The judge did, and look how fucking big he is. There are 5 people in the photograph. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jikoku?
But inside his trunk? How horrifying.
And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to any of this nonsense.
Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there were signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition would have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms and kept food fresh for their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jikoku, however much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings must be built on logical reasoning in New Century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Jikoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, The defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning of the British are known to really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that the only fairy tale is the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claimed that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Is it the trunk? Are we back to the trunk? It's not the autopsy report, right? The could have been doesn't matter. That's not it. It's not this. That doesn't have anything to do with the murder. My guess is that it's the trunk again. We're not saying the wig. Are we saying it's the wig? No, right? Why would he have the wig on him? No, that's not it, is it? Is it the fact that there's blood in the photograph here? No. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. I'm assuming it's the trunk, right? It's not like the fact that he's wearing the wig. I'm kind of unsure on this one, honestly. I'll go with my initial decision, but unsure.
Take that!
Nope. Okay. The Japanese really are a curious breed. To proffer an argument with such conviction only to present such nonsensical evidence. Perhaps my Japanese friend's inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? The court is not interested in the mystique of anything. You will be penalized accordingly. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly? Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time then, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you going to try that again? Or can't you hold your hand steady enough to point it out? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. Was there evidence that it contradicts that claim? I mean, it's not just the autopsy report, is it? Because we can't keep waving that around that it could not have been that. Like, the fact that it could not have been isn't, like, good proof for it. Are we trying to prove that he was died instantly or that he died in the room? Intermediate evidence suggests measures have been taken to disguise the time of death. Like, are we just showing that? Like, are we just showing the autopsy report? Is that it? Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death.
Scorch marks at point of entry. The bullet exited from behind. The entire caliber gun matches that of standards that issue firearms from members of the judiciary. I don't think so, right? Is it? Is it just this?
Take that!
No, okay. No. All right. Yeah. My only other thinking is the thought I had before where he has like the wig on, like where would he have gotten the wig from? But that just I'm honestly unsure. But I guess that'll be my
Take that!
It is this. Okay. If I changed my idea at the very beginning, I would have been right. Damn it.
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed.
Yes. But the point is the posture of his body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like this. Not really. If he was shot point blank in the gut or chest and he curled up and fell down, unless they're saying he died instantly so he wouldn't have been in pain and he wouldn't have curled himself up in a ball to die.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted the fetal position and due to the pain, he was shot and the subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry, because the autopsy says instantly. Yeah. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Ikoku, but it's your logic that is flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. The right evidence for the wrong reason, yeah. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. Like, the autopsy technically does prove it, but not in the way they wanted it shown. I don't know why I decided the trunk. I don't know why my mind just jumped to that one. I was like, yeah, well, the trunk, obviously. There's blood on it. So there you go. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting.
The inspector's body took on that posture instead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was totally turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No.
You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space.
Well, you might have missed a lot, actually, Stormpike, if you've literally been gone since the last message.
Judge Jikoku, present your trunk for examination.
I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood.
Present my trunk. I refuse.
What?
On what grounds? I just don't want to. I'm the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment, just because some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jikoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to...
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness on a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information.
Nothing is more important than the truth. Order. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jikoku, what's it to be?
You can't be serious. You did it?
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Osogi?
What?
Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
What?
You... Dear God. Outrageous.
So it was you. You admit to...
No! I admit to nothing more than what I said. If killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain, with to dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was no other person in my cabin that night. There was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Alright, well now you're bringing the assassination thing back in.
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi.
You... I never thought you'd stoop to this, Cicero Jikoku.
You've taken the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution...
I love it when a witness on the stand has proven to be constantly lying multiple times, and then even after all this, we still believe them.
Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less.
You wouldn't.
So, what did you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jikoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jikoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... it's going to be impossible. Judge Jikoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is a feature of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
Fuck if I know. It's not the watch. It's not the papers. Is it that he had no gun? Is that it? It's just, well, he had no gun.
You can't prove he had no gun. He could have had a gun.
But he didn't. Fuck you. It's the trunk again. I mean, is it the trunk? He swung his sword and got Gregson's trunk. He was clearly going to kill him with a sword. Where did he get the gun from? Or why didn't he just shoot him in the first place? Why is there a sword mark in it? If he did kill him, it would have been the sword? Why? Everyone in chat's like, why the fuck does he keep going to the trunk? Why the fuck does he keep going to that damn trunk every goddamn time? But maybe the trunk actually isn't this time? The gun! This doesn't have his skin prints on it. Yeah, like I said, I think he might have... maybe he attacked the real person, or maybe he attacked Gregson. I still think he attacked Gregson, thinking Gregson was going to be doing the assassination. And Gregson's like, wait a minute. He's like, wait a minute, I'm not doing an assassination. What the fuck? I thought you were the assassin. I'm here to stop you. Wait, what? I hope it's not I'm supposed to be showing off the sword, and then they say, well, the sword isn't here. And not show off the trunk and be like, ah, sorry, you're actually supposed to show off the sword, even though this has the tip in it. Considering I already lost 2, I'm gonna have to do this. I don't know. This is probably wrong. Fuck. I'm doing it anyway, though.
Take that!
God damn it. You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. Now, not playthings you can toss around the courtroom. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Alright? Shut up. I'm gonna throw around all my toys, okay? And you can't stop me.
Take that!
Okay. I was wrong on all accounts. Never mind. Never mind. Take this, my attorney badge. I'm a lawyer. What's the proof that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Asogi's involvement? Oh, where's my lucky charm? Check my lucky charm. Look, I'll ask Sholmes, and Sholmes will tell me. Yeah, it was impossible. Aha, I bet you it was impossible, see? Or is the thing saying that the gun fired was a police inspector's gun? Kazuma couldn't have had the police inspector's gun because he's not a police inspector? Oh, sorry, I don't mean police inspector, I mean a lawyer gun. But Kazuma's not a lawyer yet. He wouldn't have had a lawyer gun.
Take that!
Really? I thought that would have been a perfect one. Ah, that's bullshit. This is the murder weapon. It's a lawyer's gun. Well, guess what? He's not a lawyer, so it couldn't be his gun. It was also doesn't have a serial number, which was given out 10 years ago. So it definitely couldn't have been Kazuma's. Okay, well, if that's not it, then what the fuck is it? He wasn't aboard the ship. We're taking his word for it. He wasn't there. Fuck you. Yeah, Oh, is it because it says it in the observations? It's this again. It's not the gun. It's because this says it in the... Wait, what? Oh, come on. All right. I swear that's a great answer. The gun needed to be a judiciary gun, which Cosmo couldn't have gotten. That's not it either. What the fuck is... All right, well, I don't know.
Take that!
It was the all right, whatever. I don't see how that connects. Kazuma couldn't have shot him because Kazuma's not a crew member. He wouldn't have been outside the boat. I need to see how you say that this would have gotten him out of the boat, so it couldn't have been him. This itinerary for crew members, the SS Grouse, my lord. This is a conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jikoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? 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 Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman's sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired or shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. Okay, that doesn't stop someone else from being in there and killing him. If the guard wasn't there, Kazuma easily could have went in and killed him, and then and killed him for you. Okay, I need to get more from you. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated in the itinerary. Yeah?
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put the sea from the port to... following departure from the port of Dunkirk. But then we'd have to assume that Kazuma was already off the ship. We would need proof that Kazuma did leave instead of just, staying aboard. I don't know still. We'll see. The steamship had already put the sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take on anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Yeah, but where's the evidence you disembarked the ship? I spent that night at a boarding house. So are we going to literally so he said he signed the book, I guess. So we would need them to show us the book with his signature in it. And then that would prove he was in fact off the boat? That's a really that's a really stretched one to do that. Like, if the book where he signed his name was in evidence, then that would have been a perfect thing to show. Aha, it couldn't have been Kazuma. Kazuma was literally gone in a hostel at the time. Look, see, we have the itinerary right here. That would have, or we have their book right here, their records right here, or something like that. That maybe would have fit a little bit better. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Sogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Yeah.
No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust if he really disembarked the vessel.
Hey, thank you.
Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for a chance to come back and finish the...
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. An extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. Undeniable proof that somebody else wrote your name in there? Like, they have plenty of room to wiggle out of this one. Like and we don't even have the book. We can't even prove it. It's not here as evidence. This feels. We really needed to have that. If they added that itinerary to the evidence right now, then I'd be like, fine, I accept it. But, I mean, it's fine. Like there's ways they can get around it and say you had somebody else write it or whatever. But that's just for them to argue. That's not like an issue. It's just getting from here from the itinerary. Maybe I'm just dumb and I should have realized it from the first place. And everyone's like, "What the fuck were you thinking? Why did you think it was anything else?" But that's one of the few. That's another one of the few evidences, which is like, how the fuck did you expect me to get this one from there?
Oh, no,
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're the judge of a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Sheshiro Jigoku?
It was that damn trial 10 years ago that started it all. Looking back now, my fate was decided to say. I was doomed already.
Oh, he's about to break it again.
Yeah! It's over! My life is over!
Just not only breaks it, but it fucking dematerializes into the sky. A British assassin to eliminate the professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands.
The assassin exchange requested a ride from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Osogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at the time in Cosmo's place.
Then that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I suppose.
That's right. I decided it would be the safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. Then made arrangements for a pretext that would take an inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper? Well, there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper?
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door. So I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion. I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me like a reckless move. I received the British issue gun 16...
Really? Alright, whatever. and I kept it on me the entire time. Fuck it, I'm keeping this. I'm keeping a gun. I'm amazing. I'm super strong. But fuck it, gun time. Let's go. Whoever knows when I might be attacked by an enemy villain and you just pull out the gun and shoot him. Fuck him.
I received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to issue it for to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse? Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room in Fresno Street. Oh, true, yeah. Oh, well, you see, sometimes I had to pull an enemy from long distance. Sometimes I needed to pull them and line of sight them. So I had to have a gun on me, of course. Can't you see? I'm only a melee fighter. I can't do anything ranged.
Your judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on the deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered, for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then, on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps, and the police would have been convinced the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had immediate, intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from who we would take back to the police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as a culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
Alright, so here's another question, right? I keep postulating who I think it might be the Reaper. Or maybe it'll turn out that he's only working for the Reaper. I don't think so. Maybe he is. I don't know. I don't think so. I think he is. But if Jikoku is working for the Reaper and they're trying to pin it on Van Zeeks, why isn't Jikoku just saying, yeah, it's Van Zeeks?
Oh yeah, I was working for the Reaper the whole time, and he's right there. It's Van Zeeks. Yeah, there he is. That is my secret mastermind. Got him. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting the welcome committee. I was more of a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there, and then... So I donned the simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece on his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than that I would have otherwise.
So, did he ever attack? So the question is, did Kazuma attack Gregson, or did he attack you disguised in the red wig? No. Because you had his trunk. Why would he... Was his trunk inside that room the whole time? Otherwise, you would have had to have killed him, and he would have had his trunk with him, and you would have put Gregson and his trunk in your case? Yeah, alright. The trunk's got to come back at some point, how the blade got in there.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived in the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick.
Unless he's still hiding the Reaper who did a lot of this.
I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang and around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah.
I didn't notice it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... Well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish and chips.
And you also forgot his watch tip was broken off in there, too.
Anyway, that's everything. All the sort of details of what I did.
There's just no bench there. The dock is gone.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
Of being set free!
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jikoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now makes matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Okay, now he's going to say it's Van Zeek's.
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say.
Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seshiro Jikoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found.
You sure we're not going to interrupt you at some point and can drag this out further? I feel like there's a lot we're missing still.
And I may remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
It feels like we got a lot still unanswered. Especially since this is the last case, unless there's going to be like a sixth case that spawns after this one. But this also doesn't explain why they separated the last one in half. They could have easily have continued the fourth trial and concluded it with this, and then have started a fifth. Why would they split these two?
Moments ago, Mr. Jikoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and his extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor.
As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barak von Zeeks, also guilty.
The prosecution calls forth adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel.
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. He could still be the mastermind, even if he didn't do the murder. That's the prosecution's unwavering position. Jikoku refused to tell us who the Reaper was, so it still could have been him. What?
But Judge Jikoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Barak von Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seshiro Jikoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot into this sick, merciless assassination exchange. That
That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly, that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt, beyond all reasonable doubt.
What? What?
Order, order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but that's because they've only looked into him being the killer, not the one who's been ordering the killings. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Cosmo's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwillingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. Waltz is extremely irregular. I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
Thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Pray turn a blind eye to this discourtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation, as it soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zieks, I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all.
Good.
Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what's the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous.
I mean, he literally started the case off that way, so...
And Cosmo-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this, and I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend.
That's what we must do then.
The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
As you wish, my lord. Let me give my statements. I am not related with that, I am not related with the Reaper or the assassin exchange.
Go on.
That's it. I'm not. It's easy, simple, done. It's only one testimony. You don't even have to press me. I'm doing my own press right now.
The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there is no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange.
So you deny all accusations by the prosecution. Both you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you mastermind the Assassin Exchange. I don't know why I'm out of breath suddenly and yawning.
I've acknowledged that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Renosuke Naruhodo. Yeah? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. Literally none of my defendants are guilty, except the first one I ever prosecuted. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said.
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examination the witness. To start to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction, your convinced lies somewhere within the man's testimony. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken the life of another. Nor... Okay. Kazuma's gonna go, wrong. You killed my father. You prosecuted an innocent man and got him killed.
Hold it!
So you're not what general public refers to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey. Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Yeah, well that's our job, excuse me? Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That, one by one, defendants who've been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly know how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I am not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the heresy. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement.
Hold it!
You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even? I felt like the betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office in the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he's noted only as Grouse, and your appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So, now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location?
I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved and it ended. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse.
Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jikoku.
Exactly. Jikoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first.
Ah, a ridiculously careless blunder. Mood on just throwing insults around, I see then, Cosmo.
Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though.
Of course, we were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
He did? Such as what?
Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like.
Well, that was convincing.
Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago, now that was invited to work in Japanese university.
That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yumi University in Tokyo.
It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man.
It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Yeah, okay, so this is obviously the one I'm supposed to do it at.
Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being the assassin. So,
either the evidence is here, and it's either
this here is the autopsy report of. No, I guess this is okay. This is the autopsy report of your brother. It was done by Dr. Wilson. Haha, you do have a connection. Or it's, you call this just acquaintances? Look at all you there. You seem all pretty happy. That seems more than just an acquaintance. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. This one does. Dr. Gregson really forced the autopsy to happen, and Dr. Wilson was supposed to be the one who did the autopsy, but guess what? He was innocent. It wasn't him who actually did it. It was actually Mikotoba.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though.
Of course. We were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
He did. Wait, I did this one already?
Who was to buy you good fish and chips and such? Yeah.
Oh, did I go back one?
I went back one. Okay, yeah. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
Hold it!
Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection!
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence.
Sorry?
Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim that his testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury.
Well, yes, that's true, but
clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case.
So if we don't identify something first,
he'll gain the advantage.
This could be dangerous. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zeeks.
Certainly. With no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression.
I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them, at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, I must be overthinking it, surely.
Another person? Listen, Naruhodo,
I need to think back over the information we've gleaned so far.
Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record.
Could it be that Lord Van Zieks has something to hide after all? So, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. So, the question here is, which of the two evidences that I showed are going to be the one? I'm just going to save just in case. I really can't just be randomly losing things. But I think it's... victim nationality coroner John H. Wilson did Cosima's father's not Cosima's did Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. So there is a connection between you and the coroner. Or is it supposed to be the photo? I don't know. And there you go. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly. It has to be this.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
What? My brother's autopsy report.
I'm pleased to see. The defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
The autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the professor. I personally researched all the court records relating to the case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls, and for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible in the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders that made an impact on this country. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
Marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and Britain, using the two killers recruited by the assassin exchange. Except Dr. Wilson wasn't the coroner.
Order! Order at once!
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toss this vengeful Nipponese tenacity or purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma. You know you won't wash.
You're claiming your father was misapprehended in a trial that took place a whole decade ago? You must see without evidence, it's nothing more than just a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? Alright, well show me then. As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Sheshiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. What? The secret? I know nothing of any secret. Well, we waited for my... Yeah, he doesn't know that they tried to... Kazuma doesn't know that everybody got together to try to get his father out before he was actually killed. He doesn't know that everybody was in on letting him escape. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jikoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're at Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You gotta cut me down with that thing, is it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But fortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. No, they really did fabricate it. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. You really were following orders? I don't know, this feels weird. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So that was when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. And the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated. Then investigating officers Gregson and the lead coroner, Dr. Willison, must have known about it. And they could only have been ordered to prevent the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak von Zeeks.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. And as established earlier, it had to have been the Reaper himself who, Lyalized? Never heard that word before. And it had to have been the Reaper himself who lyalized with Jikoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity could only be that of the man who stands accused of this courtroom today, Barak von Zeeks. Oh, that's how you spell liaised? Oh, that's how you spell it. Oh, okay. Okay, I know never mind. I know the word then. I know the word. I didn't know that's how you fucking spelled it. Okay. God, I hate English sometimes. Only that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak von Zeeks. I can't spell it. I mean, you've seen my spelling, Sternpike. It's not just the whatchamacallit that makes me fuck up my spacings and swap letters around. I can't just spell half the time anyway. Kazuma Asogi. What? What you just told the court? Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for the trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission.
In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper.
What? What?
Lord Van Zieks. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is, too. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Alright, so... I have my suspicions, but... I think it would be funny if we... It's actually him! Yeah, how could you? Yeah, Sasato, how could you? You were only 6 years old. How could you have started all this? Now... Oh... Alright, so is this where it actually is going to be Male Strongheart? I assume it's him.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart.
What? Lord Strongheart?
Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only overtook over the case after his brother Lord Van Zieks, his brother Lord Clint Van Zieks had been killed.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zieks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to revenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood beside me and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Shishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart. Everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it.
And where is your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
Don't tempt the Ace Attorney series. Don't fucking tempt them to do that. Okay, you know what? If it was Ace Attorney 1 through 3, yeah, they would do that, but not in this one. Oh, Madam Faye, yeah. Don't tempt them, they would fucking do it.
You mean to say...
I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entering some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well. There's really no one left who could testify about the events. Little does he know. Eventually the 10 years ago, is there?
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
This court has no business taking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections?
Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is no other avenue we can go down and pursue the truth that would happen all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Ziek's autopsy. If only there was somebody. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous.
There's no one left besides Dr. Scythe, but we're ignoring her for the moment.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. I've already killed her. I mean, nothing happened.
Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks is... Susie!
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese?
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seshiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student, and they all made a great impact on this country.
And what could this testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and then signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in the autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied.
What?
But Professor Mikotoba is in London at the very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes.
No, of course he's not going to continue to it. Agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago you accused the defendant of being the reaper of the masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
This time, I don't have the requisite evidence. But that's exactly why we need witness testimony.
The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, the court has already reached a conclusion that with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seshiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection.
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. By an assassin. I mean, as for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word.
No.
This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. That will be all. I hereby declare... Hold it!
Oh, I thought it was Mikotoba who was showing up, but it's Sholmes. Okay.
Mr. Sholmes?
This is no place for an amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public? You will leave the courtroom at once.
You think I'm general? How dare you?
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seshiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayor Strongheart, it is imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the provocations of your superiors?
Order! Order in the court!
It seems to me that we stand before the door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. And you alone, my dear fellows, will have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion in the court proceedings.
Silence! I can't wait for 6 of them to show up in the in the jury stands. Fuck you, we're here.
Who's right?
He's absolutely right. Yes, if he calls to try to win here.
But will they really do that?
Well, I said the dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed.
There's a single person here to present who can honestly say what happened?
Wait, what's...
The trial should go on. Summon the witnesses.
That's right. We need to clean this up before that young Japanese fellow leaves.
My lord, you assured these present that you would uncover the whole truth here.
Vindicate yourselves on this outlandish accusation.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
On with the trial! On with the trial! Testify! Testify! Testify!
Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it be rather awkward to silence. Hype-ass moment.
The court will recess briefly. So I can run away. I have no intention of shirking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives in the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
Mikitoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting at the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying the little dip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Mikitoba is here in the courthouse?
Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? I mean, so Mikitoba did the autopsy, then for the trial of his best friend. Then it just so happens fake evidence shows up that's used to prosecute his friend. So, of course, Sholmes is going to know. He's definitely going to be telling Sholmes, that's not something that I found in the autopsy. And now it suddenly showed up as evidence. This is bullshit. They're framing my friend. You didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here.
Oh, sorry, yeah. What I meant to say is Mikitoba was there in the autopsy, so he knows what was found during the thing. So if there was a piece of fake evidence that showed up, he would have been like, wait a minute, what? We didn't find that there.
You are no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely.
It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards, and a reminder. If you find yourself in a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witnesses to the stand.
So, it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to draw me down under. To be continued. So why wasn't this a 6th case? Unless it's literally about to do that, which would be funny. Alright, I'm going to need... I don't know how much longer this is going to go on for, but I'm definitely going to need to take a 5-minute break and drink some stuff and rest my voice for a minute before I get back, because I'm about to have to do fucking Mikitoba's and Strongheart's voices at the same time, and that's going to take a toll. So I'm going to need a few minutes. Unless someone tells me that this is like another 6 hours. It is the last to be continued. All right, perfect. Then I'm going to take a drink, and I'll be right back in a couple minutes. So I am going to put BRB on, and I'll be right back, like I said. Alrighty. Alright, back from the break. We'll pick up here again. Oh, had a little bit of bathroom, a little bit of a fresh drink, had some low-fat peanut butter straight out of the jar. Finished off that one. Should be ready to go now. Alright, and as it's saying here, it is the final. So this is probably going to take, I'm assuming this is going to be at least another 3 hours. Probably 2 hours or more to finish off the trial, and then a probably hour-long or maybe a bit longer epilogue. So it might be another 3 hours to go, so lock the fuck in. Or we'll just overwrite it again. Aha. So, witnesses, please state your name and occupations for the court.
Eugen Mikitoba, a lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yumi University in Tokyo, Japan.
And Professor Mikitoba, the young lady beside you is...
Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She's just appeared.
You summoned the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring in the side of my cheek constantly, while I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled her reputation in the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. To cover my ass, the Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikitoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long time, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were visiting student from forensic science in London until 10 days ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners.
So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson in the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes. I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she would have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have been happened. But he was absolutely convinced it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. He said it would make a great impact in the trial. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. Okay, we still don't know what it is from the autopsy that did it, so... But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth, and what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. No. You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
An autopsy of Clint Van Zieks.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing in the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Yeah, the note with the ink or whatever. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikatoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to her testimony.
No.
I'm just trying on my villain laugh. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death. But that is the fabrication.
No. He freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zieks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zieks, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise you to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Huh.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke,
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, or contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
yes, my lord. Autopsy of Clint Van Zieks.
From my own observations, I could say there wasn't any indication of the autopsy result having been fabricated.
Hold it!
You couldn't say?
No, sadly not.
But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you?
No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed things.
At those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Well, yes. There was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled.
Correct. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed.
Ah, do you mean to say? Do you think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not, in fact, have been the one that professor's victims?
There was no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
But
Genshin Asogi confessed the impact of all of his crimes upon arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept the dog.
a true hound of hell. This is where we bring up, like, a picture of Toby and go, aha, but Scotland Yard has a history of using dogs. And look, Toby is proof. I mean, I guess the other thing is the marks left by the fact that they used a collar to restrain him, and the fact that there was another prisoner who lost a collar that was a jeweled encrusted collar that said Baskervilles on it. Like, there's still, I still want to believe. I still want to believe. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. Alright, Gory, you can stare at me like I'm a corpse any day.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself. Were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I was our first going. Yeah. I mean, it would be different if your mother or Dr. Alright, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. At least Madame Two Spells is still around. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were to stand, but... I read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time. It's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma.
I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it? It was that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was a sparkly and round, with a hole that might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. He won it. It was only a 4-star, but it was his first trinket, so he always kept it on him. Even if it had subpar stats.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on his digitus quarters of his left hand, the 4th or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family's home in Japan after his death. But the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains in the lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the impact of his presence of the ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there was deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they? I brought the ring along with me today.
What? You went and broke into Scotland Yard, yanked it, stole it, and left?
Not enough defense percent.
What?
Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Manitoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, I just had thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Scalpels? Ah, the ones that they were embezzling.
Dr. Gorey, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
Whoop. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Mr. Sogi's ring isn't entered in the court record. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. Actually, what does it say? Ring belonged to Genshin Asogi, found in Lord Clint Vinzig's stomach during the impactful autopsy. The claws grasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut then, I should think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Ugh. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly dangerous damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. I actually do have some red beans that... I made some paste last year as an experiment. My steamed buns didn't turn out so well. I need to make the buns better. I never got mochi to try it out though, so maybe I should try mochi. I still have some of the green tea extract hanging around. And the beans, so I should try it again. It was still pretty good, all sweet and cold and everything. By the way, these beans have spiders in them. Bo bo bo.
You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Hold it! And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest. Correct. It was the impactful evidence that led to his arrest.
After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie. My father was no killer. Barak von Zieks, it was you who twisted the words to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that they were established 10 years ago. My brother, Clint, had closed in on the professor. In the act, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it?
Poor father. He looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh?
I couldn't say were his words, but phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and to remove any trace of doubt.
We could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true.
We can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Miss Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may have happened.
Alright, so my guess is that it's... presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. And we're supposed to show the ring and say, how is he supposed to swallow this? There are no other signs of it. Yeah, okay, or are we supposed to do it too? There was no other signs of internal injury, and then we're supposed to present the ring and say, well, this would have created a lot of internal injury.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had helped me embezzle.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring is in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying?
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? Bro, you're not on the prosecution. Stand down. This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that the evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as an internal trauma. No.
And there you arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
What? Isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage in the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson has Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion, except for Dr. Gory's here, who is also a known forensic scientist who can easily say, go fuck yourself.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path from her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about the memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father made an impact on your life by saving it? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back street at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was a slight silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping out from an impact in his chest. Seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear the ring. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps it wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that after that impactful attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what all those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that? At this point, you should be like saying sorry to me. It's very clear I'm not involved. We're accusing me of Strongheart, Kazuma. What are you doing? You're falling far behind. What the fuck is this? Do you need to rewatch like the last hour of the stream? Come on, man.
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrest...
Kazuma, seriously, go watch the last hour of stream. You're kind of behind. Open your eyes.
Ryunosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in the trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he immediately closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. Oh, that's what you mean? Oh, I thought the way that they were saying... I thought they were saying that during the trial he just said, yeah, I did it, and then they convicted him after they showed some of the evidence. But no, they're just saying he wasn't saying, no, it wasn't me. Like, that's it? After he was sentenced, he was too stoic about it? That's not what I thought they were saying at all. I thought they were literally saying that so was he actually working with the defense to get proven not guilty? Because that seems like he was. So that was literally was him contesting it the entire time, obviously. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. No, that's the actions of somebody who realized that the trial is rigged and he's kind of fucked even if he didn't do it. Especially someone like you, who he recently just thought he saved, turns out is now prosecuting him. But then... Oh my. That is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. No, not even close.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Ugh. Genshin Asogi's impactful silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Not sure, but sure. Oh, mouse should back up? Okay. But if that autopsy was all above board, there'd be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma?
What's the latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. Except for the entire thing, but for one giant whore.
I beg your pardon.
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. Yet the autopsy reports were an invention. There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Oh, you're forgetting that two people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated. If I force the grievances I feel for my mind, I start to see in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was an innocent? Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
his only weapon left. I, Genshin Nasogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Cosmo Sogi. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about his chosen path. I guess it's going to be the papers then.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. Wait, really? That's wrong?
As I indicated before, my patience of rhetoric is growing thin.
You could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why the answer was wrong. If Cosmo-sama's father knew that evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I would have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if there was right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well then, perhaps, he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Ah, that could be it. My lord, the defense would like to...
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have?
Alright, so there's something from Strongheart saying he wouldn't be prosecuted? So, it must be the additional notes, the red ink. I was thinking the picture too. He was doing it for Barack, and not just being like, no, Barack, you're wrong. You got this all wrong. Don't. But he was like, nah, fuck it. I just won't say anything. I don't want Barack to know. I don't want Barack realizing that he was used and feel guilty about this. But the recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. And this is death from a single stab to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Vital evidence recovered by Gregson's stomach during autopsy. So he did have outside wounds. But additional, but this was Scarlet Ink's. So the other thing is saying that the Scarlet Ink was on Clint Van Zeek's hands, and he was writing a letter for him. But like the picture is also a possibility. But they've dropped the hint multiple times that somebody was writing to give him clemency. So my assumption is it's the autopsy report again. That's my guess. But I'm just gonna save. I'm not gonna lose any more points for this one. But I think it's that. No. Alright, well, I guess maybe it is the picture then.
Take that!
No?
Alright, well, if it's not that, then... It's not the papers, it's not the autopsy, it's not the picture. What could it be then? And it's not just the ring again.
Take that!
No. Okay. What would be evidence of a... I swear what should have been this, but... What else do we have from that time that could be it? He knew he was going to be saved? Ah, here we go. Indications of the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. Okay.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lend to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here a dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was a planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he wouldn't be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have had kept very quiet. It would go further than that, in fact, I would say. That that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way.
Order! Order! First, fabricate evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon the new...
The prosecution wishes to summon the new witness to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce, to summon the governor of a prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What?
Father.
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you that he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
My lord, you must permit the trial to proceed as you declared at the outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind the disturbing findings.
Very well. Bring the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Yeah, Soames had a lot of suspicions of stuff that he knew all along, but he didn't really have any way of really bringing it to light, because he can't just run around and be like, yo, I know of a conspiracy. And so he's just been kind of sitting on it these last 10 years. And now that we're here, all these cases just so happen to be bringing up and digging around enough where it got put here in the public cases. Because how else are you going to accuse Mr. Strongheart of being the Reaper and actually going to court over it? So, will the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? God, what the fuck voice was I doing for him now?
Aye, barricading Governor Barclay Prison.
And everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits at the, your other persona, if you don't mind. No, I do beg your pardon, of course. My name is Danny Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. What? The professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there's anything untoward happen. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Oh, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Guards! Hold on, laddie!
Witnesses, Governor Caden.
Huh? No, aye, sir.
You have a crucial role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the facts that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
The jailbreak plot. It was the day the Japanese drop was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I signed the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? Clint Van Zeeks. I do not ken that. You're saying you don't know. Listen, there's nothing to do about the Professor case. That was unusual some way.
I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, Counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord?
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Duh.
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, Counsel.
The jailbreak plot.
It was the day that Japanese drop was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigilier and put the plan in action behind the scenes.
Okay, we'll do this one.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know what actually issued the directive.
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the... See, the problem I keep having with his voice is, I know what the accent's supposed to be, but I want to do it deeper, but I can't do it deeper. So I try to go deeper rather than do the accent. I don't know, but I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office.
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's no fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication who was behind it. You can't, because it's gonna end up turning into Gina's voice if I don't watch it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
Well, like thoughts on the ground, as it were. Didn't bother with speculation. We all just get the job done.
All just get the job done.
I saw the convict of the chief warder vigil here and put the plan to action behind the scenes.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you don't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Alright then, who else did know about the plan?
I'm not the first idea, laddie. My partner business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if the other folks in the prison service would have given similar orders.
So, you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that...
What if I do...
Aye, that's right. That's all.
Oh, that's how I can do it.
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
There we go, I figured it out. Okay. Dr. Courtney Stevens. Oh, Dr. Scythe, as she's now known. Iris's mother, maybe? Why did I have to get caught in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. Now, okay, that we know is wrong. We kind of did. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? No, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before in his crimes. In order to hide his identity, we were forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
I thought I was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the noise of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe
You jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? No, Vigil, I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Ah? What the fuck was it? Huh? I do not ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the professor's office to arrange for the man's escape.
There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, that be as it may. I dinna ken about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. Ken that much I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it would be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Didn't Strongheart say if you threaten him again, he's gonna fucking get you? Mael, are you not listening? Are you not paying attention?
No, it was to carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan on its entirety?
Aye, I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Isogi was impactfully shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting the joke out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened there. Only, personally, I believe his death was that last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is this, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Sogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make that man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Isogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never been quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Isogi and the body of the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony.
Gads, aye, go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain with, surely.
I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against the Charlie, eh?
This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are very rare, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago as all you like. Bro, dude, you're gonna get fucked if you fight this. What are you doing, dude? But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen.
Aye, that's right. That's what I'm saying is... The convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all.
The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Sogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Then perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help but feel it. There's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. Alright, so I think they've kind of pointed it here. He didn't have anything to bargain with. They distinctly said the words, he wasn't armed with anything. And the only weapon I have left. So they're clearly...
Objection!
Yeah. They were pointing this one out. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly impactful gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Heavens! A fellow can possibly have anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers. The name given on his last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Oh, impactful.
It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
Who squealed, did you? You wee rat, don't tell you to keep that a secret.
You cannot touch me now.
Ah!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on the paper? A last will and testament. This is the only weapon I have left now.
A weapon?
And after the convict had been killed, following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Yeah.
Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow?
Jings! What the blazes are you blithering about? The wheel is found right and proper in the fellow's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? Where is his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? You pilly-wally-galoot.
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it all to you fool that I know. You're a lawyer.
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi." Which means everything is as impactful as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and statement stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
The last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's words. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
No waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again? You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself.
That's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear the jailbreak was masterminded by someone with the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place.
Is your lordship going to gloss over the facts?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder.
Have him testify again. The trial must go on. Man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out, looking for the execution, but to no avail.
If only I found out about the Asogi papers when the directive came telling me to impound them. The government was in the fold of the fellow's robe at that left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
In his kimono. That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true.
Well, you're not satisfied with Coleman liar for once, eh? Well, you wee waffinger.
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than that hold you'd like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it?
I like how he's getting self-strangled. Or his own ties being pulled.
Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Yeah, there you go.
No.
Yeah!
Little and large. What a double act.
We complied with Asogi's will as far as possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely, except his ring.
Alright, and you can ignore the handwriting that's in your old man's, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. The Asogi Papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell.
Hold it!
So, would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before the execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed to a fool of crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I am guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw with him? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that wheel in his cell.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, did he? Yes, that's right.
And like the bump about you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was.
I could see the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing material whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before a man was remanded in Barclay, obviously.
Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned in the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Oh!
It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Oh, well...
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor, can I be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office?
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on this matter.
I'm unable to offer explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in a cell was clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will... We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered you to search for the will, as I understand it, is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled,
It canna have disappeared completely in my face. Aye, well, it's doomed to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as it should be.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find.
That's right.
Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Isogi in his impactful escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. And I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I only found out about the Isogi papers when the director came to tell me to impound them.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak.
Aye, on the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't can afford and I can now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The director said that I had to be somewhat inside the fellow's cell.
Document. Was that the wording? Document. Not will.
Aye, that's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Isogi's last will. And a testament that the sender of that impactful directive was after. Continuing with your testimony, then, witness.
The document was in the fold of the fellow's robe. That was nothing to say. Kimono, I think it's called.
Hold it!
In Mr. Isogi's kimono.
Aye, he brought one with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during the incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, and his okay. Alright, that's the only place it could be. Also, they let him have his sword, which is wild. Also, alright, where is it? Where is it? Where are they? Where's the fucking thing? When are we gonna reveal that it's been in the sword the whole time or whatever? Alright, come on. Alright, where's the little piece of paper poking out? Or is it tied underneath this and they're not gonna let us look at it yet? Alright, come on, where is it? Oh my god, this entire time, right at the side of the blade, it's just taped on there, right? That would be the funniest fucking thing if it literally was just taped to the side of the blade the whole time. Oh, I never decided to look at it. But yeah, it's probably underneath the bandana, I guess. We just can't, we're not allowed to look at it yet. His sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Isogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, we are no escape. Respectful silence. Respectful silence?
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. They can never hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials?
Aye, he wrote that will before we came to stay with us at Barclay, you see.
Dr. Mikatoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hansashi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, others just look like squirming massive jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
We found his lost will and testament, and he says it's just a prank. Let me out.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil? Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance, possibly, or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibility or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light of the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Witness? Is that really what you saw?
What, sir? Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Oh, can you have a? You can plainly see it's written here. It's in black, and the Earl of black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confer one more point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Sogi was holding that night? No, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Usogi told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see in Cosmo's father holding, I wonder?
If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it at the court at once.
The testimony doesn't give much away.
So this will really be penned by Cosmo-sama's father. I wonder what could it possibly have meant by describing it as a weapon.
It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Usogi actually had nothing. Or an octoling. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power.
He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
It's starting to sound like Mr. Usogi actually might have had something.
Which is it? Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail.
Absolutely.
Alright, so I don't know. I'll have to look at it again, but it definitely has to do with there you go. The autopsy. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. So the question is this the evidence I'm supposed to be presenting right now, or is this something that they'll ask me later to present. I'm unsure. Let me just read all the testimonies again to see if it fits presenting it now. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended Mr. Sogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that in the cell. We returned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe and was left in a cell, a kimono I think it was called. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. So, my guess is I'm going to do the autopsy here. But I don't know if this is when I'm supposed to do this or not, but...
Objection!
It is! Yay! Alright, good. Scarlet colored writing. Is that what you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil? Then I believe that's exactly what you did see. What?
Officer again! I have no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wink is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleansed them immediately.
What is your point, counsel?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things, it seemed, unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the documents have disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil. Sir, when you spotted Mr. Sogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. It's a last will and testament. Go! If the conversion really did go, if the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was a more impactful one, as the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No.
What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the possessor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before the conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that impactful document. So, what could the will possibly have contained?
clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact the daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that it will contain information of the utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy.
Ah! No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom well nobody can attest to of having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable.
What did you say, counsel?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented in the court has logically impacted us to... logically led us to this impactful possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning at its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is the unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mrs. Sato.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in its final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case.
The defense's last statements is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man?
Inosuke.
As soon as these words came out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact... And obviously, it must have been an accusation.
An accusation?
Yes, revealing the true identity of the professor.
Which would explain why Asogi took it, since it was he who was he who was implicated by the document.
Objection!
It was he who was impacted by the document. No, in that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Asogi any bargaining power at all.
Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person?
Objection!
No, if that were the case, the two men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together.
Then your whole argument falls down.
Oh! Shit, sorry. Can I object to the penalty too?
It's apparent that the defense's explanation is no real substance. The line of inquiry is dead.
Come on, Ryunosuke, I know you. I've seen into the heart of all this, haven't you?
The reason why local is noble high born. Okay, alright, so it's a confession? So then it's him confessing to being part of the murders then, I guess. If it's not, it can't be just a report. That'd be...
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession.
Confession? regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Council! What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. Okay. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself, impactfully. Blah, blah.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer and a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out...
My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo.
Lord Barak Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. It is conceivable that he didn't realize that his older brother really was.
Order, order, order in court.
Lord Van Zieks. The Professor made use of an enormous hound in his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung, he was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
Wait, what? Why didn't we know about this sooner? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, I know why we didn't know about this sooner, but seriously, nobody was like, huh, yeah, your brother has a giant-ass dog, huh?
I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest for the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. It was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
The Baskervilles. A jewel-studded collar.
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar? Stolen by a thief?
So it happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold.
It wasn't B for Baskerville, it was B for Barra. This is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. There's other Ace Attorney games that the parody might have been about. This is the last game that they've put out in the series so far. But it's Ace Attorney is probably the general one that you're looking for.
It was topped with a small crown and bore the ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
For Balmung. Oh my, you know it.
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Baskerville?
Why is that the name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem is an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' window.
There was a considerable amount of blood in the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been used for quarry. could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been the human prey.
So is it true then?
What Van Zeeks really was a professor?
Impossible! These Japanese are making all up to exonerate one of their own.
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irreversibly destabilize British society. My father knew that, and using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though this anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went up in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint.
The 19th century was a fully miraculous 100 years of Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, got those out of order, the law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast in society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor?
Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search this home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have any evidence?
Nothing definitive, he has yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeeks mansion on his own. We can only imagine how that happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zeeks perished.
I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-san's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life
Did he, or did he just kill the dog?
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion.
I mean, they did say there was defensive marks of a duel that happened, so...
When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what happened.
And? What about the wheel?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So, you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes of my father.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson.
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Oh, Rocket, we can't do something like that.
There are no questions as to what Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey.
So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back street, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him making an impact, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during an autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Sogi was found guilty in the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accuser, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
Perhaps but you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel.
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing the truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Zuma. He did it for me?
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect its country's law and order, at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I had to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mayor Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak von Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen...
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that some kind of embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you.
So Gregson really was intertwined in it the whole time, huh? I always thought he was trying to find who actually it was, which is why he had all of that, not that it was actually involved. Interesting.
It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe.
So, what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it.
An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still.
All those who died at the Reaper's hands are rotten to the core anyway.
It was all in aid of keeping London safe.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Huh? Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question for the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. Huh? My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain, and since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes, but it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim,
was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed this fiend and mentor. This friend and fiend and mentor, friend and mentor.
That will do.
Nah, it was still you. It was Strongheart who did it. His brother wasn't signing a confession, it really was signing an accusation. They just didn't let me get away with that because they didn't want to reveal it yet.
Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach an impactful conclusion.
But
there are only two extant pieces of evidence for the time. The woe-begone ring that attached the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in the impactful black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Yep. Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid. I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in the courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. I don't know. I mean we all know it was a fuck, I don't know. I don't know. One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, how far up do I have to go? Because so the fact that it was the Chief Justice who was killed means that, you know, Strongheart was going for that position. It was who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as prosecutor. Oh, there we go. The 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left by the man. Strongheart. Okay. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Rinosuke. Think back to his words. Find the problem.
Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two exact pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man. Or the fact that it was black, I guess. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue the explanation. Inosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my word to contain a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you? Is it the... I think it's... This is 2 pages, right? Yeah. Not 3 pages.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind Mr. Asogi. Yeah, the will was 2 pages. That's what when I went through it and I saw the 3. The 2-paged will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were... The 3-page last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally, there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Caden?
Eh? What can I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
I was there for sure. I remember the black verum-like scrolls in his day, or worm-like scrolls in his day, and I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What? What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I'm on correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was sort of that the 3rd page ought to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel.
As it happens, I had the 3rd page of the interview.
I just so happen to have the exact thing right here. Strongheart just starts shitting a brick. Like, no,
Motherfucker, I didn't tell you to bring that. What are you doing?
Happens. I have the 3rd page of the document with me right here now.
my father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
I'll be there. I'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue.
My lord,
The defense calls for Genshin Asogi's impactful last words to his son be read aloud before the court now.
your request is denied. The inevitability...
I don't know why I'm adding extra, what you call it?
The inevitability mauled in words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear.
Yes, sir. Only, I point out, my lord, I don't speak Japanese. I can actually read worm language.
This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry.
Well, it's beautiful writing. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Yeah, words that will be translated right after I take a piss, because, oh my god, I gotta go. Alright, be right back. Yeah, there's no another be continued, but goddamn, there should have been another to be continued here somewhere. Because it's been another 2.5 hours, and we're still not done with the case yet, and the prologue's gonna go even longer. Alrighty.
If I could be of assistance here. Wait. Yeah, I have it on. If I could be assistance here, I'd be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father?
I mean, there's a lot of us here who could do it, so.
Oh, still here are you, Dr. Mikatoba?
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your impactful cooperation is much appreciated.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only your clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem.
Yeah, the fucking thing is in the sword. Yeah. A haiku poem. Twist thy head.
Father.
What is Karuma?
The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all passed down for the generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not
known to me.
It's a katana sword that was submitted as evidence early in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Details of Asogi papers have been updated in the court record.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. A journey to this course is long overdue.
Can I actually do it now, or am I going to have to wait till it lets me? Hey, I can't do it now. Perfect. Okay. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, isn't it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck. That's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might take a suggestion? I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. As I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is part of the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe.
Kashira? So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think.
Ah, look what's inside. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and statement to the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end.
Clint Van Zeeks. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night.
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is the unbelievable. Clint Van Zeeks is, the last will and statement of Lord Clint Van Zeeks has been entered into inside the great Sword of Karuma for years. A trump card left behind Genshin Asogi. Oh, I'm not allowed to look at it yet. Okay. It won't give me actually what it says because it's holding it off as a surprise. Okay.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment for this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, Clearly, he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you? I refuse to believe that my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Objection!
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state things time and again during these proceedings. That everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved a reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends. And then you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it you're hiding?
Dr. McToba, will you not too quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence.
Yeah, they literally watched us unscrew the end of the sword, so they literally know we have it in our hands right now. You just haven't been paying attention, bro.
And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all disclosure from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. He's clearly opened up the end of the sword and pulled something out. Come on, man. That the gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How can you...
Decisive?
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is the evidence that the defense claims to be decisive?
I'm a student! No.
Take that!
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right. It was. Only, I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
Impossible! It can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. The document. The red wig is the key that unlocked the entire mystery.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karma?
The ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained was laying undisturbed in the hilt of this impactful sword all these years. just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
The signature and seal. So they look official.
My God, it's true. My brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
I forbid the wrong voice now. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Bitch, can't stop me. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
The document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on the page?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I will fucking kill you with my... I will throw this wine bottle and bonk you on the fucking head with it at a distance. I will beam you from across the courtroom if you do that.
I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Clint Van Zeeks really did pen a will.
That's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out loud now.
We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going as quite as you hoped.
You fools.
Go ahead, Rinosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then.
No, for God's sakes. No!
Wait. I didn't have my soundboard up for this, but you know what? Fuck it. I'm playing it anyway. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of Van Zeeks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty on 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of the menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized I had lost the last shred of decency within me. and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I'm eternally damned. To my executioner, my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zeeks was a murderer. But somebody was directing and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you!
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard would destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. You were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up until now.
It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you? But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. If Clint was the professor, Strongheart was the dean. Alright, +2 on that one.
It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots. But the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say. Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place. In order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire.
By murdering the man.
The Reaper. The Professor. The name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was done for the furtherance of the law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too?
Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was an impactful unfortunate. I had intended to send him back to Japan as we had agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Chikoku.
Oh shit, Judge Chikoku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Chikoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. Here, 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of the Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Cesaro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him up out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Drebber.
And instead of killing him, we killed your father, because I was not being smart at the time. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night. Blast, if people find out that the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then, what do? Shoot him, Mr. Chikoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever.
No.
Come on, Jikoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Jikoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed.
Okay. Why didn't you just shoot the grave robber? I don't give a that I don't take. He was grave robbing and he got shot in a prison grave. All they had to say was he was grave robbing, and one of the guards shot him while he was robbing a grave of the professor. Boom, there you go. Got away with it. All you had to do was shoot him and say, yeah, he was grave robbing, so one of the guards shot him. Come on. Easy answer. Yeah, he's just dead, yeah. Or, oh, damn, we don't know what happened to his body. We dug a hole in the ground and put him inside. The professor might have gotten him. He was, who knows? Anything could have happened. He could just have disappeared. Look at all the crime we have in this country. Look what could have happened. All they had to do was shoot him, and this one... I'm willing to accept it for the story, but no, there is no excuse. All they had to do was shoot him, and they didn't have to do this. They could have gotten the Sogi out of there, and they could just have buried Drebber in his grave. They literally had a grave already there they could have buried him in. And people just would have been like, where did he go? Where did he go? Where did Drebber go? Who the fuck knows? And it would have been like, nobody would have given a fuck.
He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jikoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. Jikoku, I didn't say shoot him. I said shoot the other guy. What did you do, you idiot? All right, fine. This will work anyway. When I later learned from the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear.
Really? Oh god, that just makes it worse. You mean that just makes this worse? There was somebody else who was there that knew you were bullshitting the whole time. Oh god, dude. Madame Two Spells, what the fuck are you doing? Wait, why didn't you have Madame Two Spells killed then? You killed the coroner, and you killed, what's his name, but you never killed Madame Two Spells? Like, what? Oh, yeah, there's a person who could just have said the whole thing right off the bat, but, it was fine.
When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. It was Jikoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jikoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in his graveyard.
By that time, Jikoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered the compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
The past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover the truth behind the murders of the countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see I've done all this for this country? This has all been my... Wow, I'm adding fucking word in here everywhere. This has been my struggle!
Objection!
We're just having a struggle session here, it's fine. You've done nothing. If Lord Van Zeeks here, who worked tirelessly and justly in court, while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper's name, and Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the impactful truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That it was all for Queen and Country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've constantly twisted the truth for bargaining power that makes others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly, I am dying. I am dying on being able to keep up with the words right now. Oh my god. People who are willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Slow clap time! Yay, we get a slow clap!
Confetti court? Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
What are you talking about?
Those delightfully grave expressions. That beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
You fraud. Keep your mockery.
Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have pointed it out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No?
What?
It's true.
You just kind of admitted a whole bunch of things up here. They can grab you for anything.
It's true, personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
You can't get away with that. You've constantly played on people's weakness.
And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? It would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves.
I do like how the thesis of the ultimate villain is there always must be a Batman.
So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murders of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Barley was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century.
Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force. A comprehensive set of laws.
Did the color of his face change with that pose? Like, what was? I think it was slightly darker before. But
If we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point.
The things Lord Justice has done are quite unforgivable.
But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, it's all thanks to Lord Strongheart.
are you hearing this? This is the wheel of the British This is the wheel of the British it's judiciary, and I can't say it in the accent. This is the wheel of the British judiciary. There we go. Got it out.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Renosuke, it looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There is only one path left open to me. So, okay. So, going from what... Tug ears, yeah. So, there is something that Duplog said in chat a little bit ago about trying to find Van Zeeks' testament. I can believe that. So this would change my mind, right? Right now, he's trying to say that it was Jikoku who did the killing shot. My guess is it wasn't Jikoku who did the killing shot. It was Strongheart. And I would believe that he shot Genshin overshooting Drebber only if he thought that once Genshin was out of the country, he still had the will and then would renege on his end of the deal, and he would like mail it or get it sent back to somebody else in the British Parliament or the judiciary. Unless he knew that, or assumed maybe, that Genshin was going to use the will, send it back to the judiciary, and get him caught anyway. But we would have to show something that would prove that. Otherwise, what I said is correct, because if he didn't think that, Genshin having the will and testimony, like, he knew he had the will and testimony anyway, but who cares? He was going back to Japan. Who gives a fuck? So only if he knew that Genshin was actually going to rat him out in the end anyway using that, maybe. Like, maybe giving it to his brother? I'm unsure. But so my guess would be, it would have to be evidence, but are we just showing that? I mean, I don't know what else though. Like, are we saying that in this it says all items were to be given to his son, and his son was going to be revealing? Oh, okay. Okay. They were present for the Asogi papers, and in the papers, he said that all of his stuff is going to go to his son, and not Jikoku, and Strongheart knew that inside somewhere of his effects was the papers. So, I assume I'm raising an objection and then showing evidence that, and we're going to say it wasn't Jikoku, it was you that shot him, because you knew that he was going to give these papers to his son. No, but then it wouldn't have mattered because he wouldn't have been dead. So Genshin would have gotten out with all his stuff. So it wouldn't have mattered. They could just have let him go back to Japan. Never mind. Screw that entire line of inquiry. Unless he thought that Genshin was going to rat him out even after he spared his life. I would say, oh, he shot him because he didn't trust him. That's the only reason why I could see it. And it wasn't Jikoku who did it. It was Strongheart. But I don't know what... Is this supposed to be where I tug the... Yeah, I was thinking tug the ears. But are we supposed to use that here? Or do I click use evidence as I literally go into my evidence and tug on the ears? Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, didn't we say like 3 times this was the last evidence? What evidence is there to use at this stage of the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it is now. The gun! Shoot him! Put the wig on! Yes, I'm gonna put the wig on! The sword! Use Karuma to strike him down!
Take that!
Oh my. Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
He's a hologram? Fuck off. Fuck off. It's Mr. Sholmes.
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again. Lord Strongheart?
What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
What, we can't get hold of him, my lord.
Wait, we just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will.
With our incredibly elaborate cameras and mirrors all about the court that we instructed to display this hologram anywhere in the court. Kangaroo court.
Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate. Oh, actually, yes, it's hologram court. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
This is the telephone.
But elaborate.
Yes. Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted into an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds were transmitted, so could not images?
Accompany them, I mused. Okay, whatever. Whatever, Sholmes. This is some Mystic Maya stuff at this point.
Iris and I did some modest experimentation and developed such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description.
And, somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit the entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're being immodest.
You mean to say they're not actually here, Sholmes?
Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping this stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. Poor father. Who would have hoped there might have been forewarned a great detective.
Okay, I do think it would be funny that all the animations they did here, they actually had somebody doing the the vocab for it.
But I hope he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here. Which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. That's the place where Mr. Holmes bucks the queen. I mean,
You never heard of the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there?
Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
What? What?
What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all.
Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
You showed her?
Indeed.
I just had hidden cameras up all over the court.
By dint of Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph. There you go.
You meddling!
He was streaming it to the Queen. Well, Her Queen of England. I hope you enjoyed my voice performance.
This is some kind of nightmare. just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt, you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has been seen and heard every moment in the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You.
Alright, his eye... He's gonna pop a blood vessel, goddamn. His eyes are already boiling.
I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No. I was merely...
Oh, I'm sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I...
Vicky.
Vicky and I had much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message?
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against this country in a public trial by jury in the concluding days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brain of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
I was waiting for that to break.
Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned!
There it is. Waiting for that. Dies. Okay, that's fun. Oh, oh, is it gonna burn down the whole place? Oh, it's okay. It's doing even more. All right. Explosions. Oh man. Oh. All right. Oh god, yeah. It's been 6 hours. Fuck. Yeah, there's gonna be. They're gonna say like a Are they gonna do a? All right. Are they gonna do a million goodbyes after this? I actually kind of need to know how much longer we have. If there's another 2 hours left, I'm... oh no.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched the cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume? What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that I facilitated Asogi's escape. He would emerge with the will somewhere in his person.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, if you were like, he'll eventually show up, even if I let him out, he'll still show up with it.
But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without the world to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry.
How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow my footsteps to become the prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deed should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
Clint. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seshiro Jogoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend the very peak.
Huh?
These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained.
I mean, there is something that you could have done. After a bunch of people got off on their trial, you could easily, especially if you had knowledge that they were bribing jurors and even bribing judges, you could have gotten the charges against those people, and you could have charged the jurors with being bought out. Then in that trial, bring up that the criminals' thing should be adjourned or annulled. Their innocence should be annulled because they bribed the jury. And even if you don't get them for the original crime, you can get them for bribing the jurors or bribing the judges, right? And at some point, they can't keep bribing the jury, where you could even do a closed court thing, maybe, where you're like, hey, we got you. You can't bribe anyone here. We've got, at some point, you could have gotten other judges that weren't bribed and said, no, they're going to get you right now. Like, we're going to do this trial right here. We have all the evidence. So there is plenty of stuff you could have done. And Gregson easily would have went with you and helped you on that.
And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained.
How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly, in an exact manner I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away.
And for your ambition to succeed, did you ever bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as, you very much adopted your usual prospector-like demeanor in the proceedings now. A prosecutor-like demeanor, but in reality in the situation that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. However, the preceding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest that therefore we entrust the final adjustment to an old friend? Santa Claus!
My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between the good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that blighted the justice in our land these last 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord?
On behalf of everyone here and present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that the British justice system, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change. This might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Cosmo Sogi, who led me here in Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato, who helped me study and become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo? What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth.
Who do and met somebody who always keeps making me very wonderful tea.
Who do instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually, it makes us bind the guiding light of the truth together. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting British justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we all meet again here in the courtroom before long. Prosecutor Barak Van Zeeks. The conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak Van Zeeks,
not guilty.
Not guilty. Confetti court. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Alright, I'm doing the thing that Stormplate suggested before. It's been over 6 hours at this point. That's gonna be the end of the case at least. So I'm gonna save here. And either tomorrow or maybe Monday during the day or something like that, I'll come back and I'll finish off this with all their goodbyes and everything. We'll get the epilogue out of the way. But I could finish it now, but I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be another hour or an hour and a half. And I might as well just end the VOD here at this point. And we'll just pick up with the epilogue and have that on its own separate thing. So anyway, thank you all for watching. This was the end of the Great Ace Attorney. Not the total end, but definitely a good end for the last trial of the Great Ace Attorney. I'll talk about this more when I finish off the epilogue, but this has definitely been really good. Like I have liked a lot of this game. The only thing that's kind of dragged was the second case of this game, and I think that really was it. Even the tutorials at the beginning of the first game were fine. Like, none of the trials were really, like, boring and a slog. Except for the second trial of this game. That one was tough to get through. But, yeah. That was the last case. We'll go through the epilogue next time, which will either be tomorrow or Monday. And, yeah. I've really enjoyed the Great Ace Attorney. This is a good group of Ace Attorney games. Like I said before, I've only seen the other ones, and this is the only one I've ever played. But from what I remember the other ones, this is definitely the best one. Like, to me, it feels a lot best. Like, there wasn't some extra weird shit. Like the holograms at the very end is kind of wild, but I don't give a fuck. It's fine. That doesn't impact the story at all. That's just that last little bit of fun that Sholmes gets to have. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I'll be back for the epilogue, and then I'll have to figure out what games that I'll be streaming next. Good night, everybody. Fuck it, I'll save just in case.